Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Syndicate to continue the 100% playthrough for my annual 2024 run. I just finished the Last Maharajah DLC content, and now in this stream we're going to be doing the World War I sequences as Jacob Fry's granddaughter Lydia Fry, and there's only one sequence across different memories and stuff. But I am doing all the collectibles in that as well. So there'll be a lot of collectibles still to actually get. And I'm not going to have to worry about changing Jacob and Evie's outfits for this stream because as far as the game's content where you can choose to play as either of them, I've actually done all of that now. And so all that's left is this World War I sequence and the Jack the Ripper DLC in which we play as Evie Fry only. Well, I mean, we play as Jack the Ripper at some points too, but I mean to say, out of Jacob and Evie, we don't play as Jacob in that DLC. This sequence is also how they tie in things with Juno as well. Like, we see Juno at the end of the main game story, but this DLC... Well, it's not really DLC, I don't know why I always just say that out of habit. But this content is extra Juno stuff, but it also has to deal with a sage as well. Thank you for the welcome back, Schiller. I don't know if you're still in chat, Biko, but I didn't see your last message until the previous stream was already over. But World War I, as in the Battlefield chapter, World War I, or is it part of AC? Help, you're confused. Yeah, so in this game, there's a sequence that is set in World War I, and I can't remember when in the game it actually unlocks, but when it does unlock, it'll appear on your map at the end of the Thames River, and so that's what I'm swimming towards now, is the activation point for it. Hey there, Anemone. How's things going for you today? Let's hitch a ride on this, make the process a bit quicker. This is going to take me a while because I'm doing the collectibles as well, and so it means that once this content's finished, that'll be the end of my stream day today, and then Thursday I'll start Jack the Ripper DLC. Welcome back, Biko. Ah, right, you thought changing games. Oh no, not games, no. No, I wanted to keep the content separate though, so that people who are watching the overall playthrough, if they don't care for the World War I sequence, at least they know it's only going to be in one stream, you know, and know which one it is. Same with the Dreadful Crimes DLC and the Last Maharaja content. I wanted to keep those as separate streams. And I mean, you're okay besides nausea and headache, yet you still eat and drink. Oh, sorry to hear you got a headache. But yeah, hopefully if you eat something and get something to drink, hopefully that might get rid of the headache.
Come closer, Cypher. Perhaps we have met before. Perhaps not. You search for an artifact. Let me show you the truth.
World War I, the darkest hour.
Are you there? Your readings are going haywire. Report, get out. You have to get out.
Hello. In the past, you hunt for one of my artifacts, but I come to you today to speak of the future. Follow Lydia Fry. She will lead you to me.
Hey there, Hermione. It's going great, thanks, dude. How about yourself? Here we go. I'm going to read about Lydia Fry. Date of birth, 19th of March, 1893. Born into relative comfort, Jacob's granddaughter Lydia was initially reluctant to enter into the family business, preferring to concentrate on her studies. However, it was this very education that showed her just how much influence the Templar still held over the history of the world. After seeing friends and family fall in a secret battle, she decided to join the fight. Lydia's parents were often engaged in assassin missions across the continent, so the role of instructor fell to her grandfather Jacob and grand-aunt Eve. She became a very well-balanced assassin, one who could carefully assess any situation and strike with precision, but one who could also think for herself and improvise when a plan fell through. Lydia fell in love with a fellow assassin named Sam Crowder, and they were married shortly before the outbreak of the First World War. Assassins from all across Europe were pulled in every direction, in order to have a presence in every theatre of war and seat of power. While Sam, along with many others from the British Brotherhood, enlisted in the army, Lydia took it upon herself to stay and watch over London. After securing the elder Frys safely away in the countryside, Lydia returned to London and worked alone to protect it not only from German spies and the manipulative British right of the Templar Order, but also from any new and strange threats that sought to take advantage of the chaos. Haven't been reading character bios and stuff for this whole playthrough, but I figure because Lydia Fry is a completely, separate character from Jacob and Eve and all that, in a very separate kind of piece of content, that I may as well have read that, so that people who don't know anything about this character can get a little bit of a overview on the fact of, she's the granddaughter of Jacob. Her parents became assassins as well, of course, and that she ended up getting married, and her husband is is actually in the army, enlisted in the army and stuff, and she stayed in London, that kind of stuff. You going well, Hermione? That is excellent. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you are looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let my daughter go now, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you. Thanks for redeeming that from Taken, Hermione. I only ever saw the first one. I never saw the second and third. Hey Exotica, welcome. What's your favorite Assassin's Creed game? You want to like them so badly, but you've tried 2 games so far and have gotten bored, unfortunately. Oh, well that's fair enough. Yeah, it can be hard. There's so many games in the series now too, as well. But I have a top 3 favorites. My first is Assassin's Creed 2. The second top favorite that I have is Black Flag. And the third top favorite I have is Origins. I do like other games besides those 3, of course, in the series. I really like Brotherhood a lot. I like Assassin's Creed 1. I can definitely see why it's a bit difficult for people to get into that one. Assassin's Creed Revelations, I really enjoyed that a lot. Assassin's Creed 3, I like it. I think it's a bit underrated in some respects. And then you've got Unity, which I really enjoyed. Rogue, which I didn't actually like at all. That's the only game in the series that I don't actually like fully. And then you've got the Chronicles trilogy, which I like those, but they're 2.5D, so they're very, very different stylistically and how they play. And then you've got Assassin's Creed Liberation, which began as a PlayStation Vita title, and then it got ported to the consoles, and they did a HD version, and then even later after that they did a remaster, so I like that one. You've also got Origin, well I said Origins, but you've got Odyssey. There's a lot in it that I don't like, but it's mainly to do with Assassin's Creed related stuff. Other stuff about it is fine, which is why I still play that game and not Rogue, because there's still stuff in Odyssey that I actually do like. And then Valhalla I liked, but I think the story of Valhalla is a bit too long-winded. It should have been a bit more focused. Some of the story arcs should have been optional. Not every story arc should have been you have to do it. And Mirage I really liked, but in terms of like all the games that have come out since Origins, for me nothing's beaten Origins yet. It's kind of a bit hard for me to choose a game that I could say is better than Origins for me from, you know, the perspective of Origins, Odyssey, Valhalla, and Mirage. Hermione, the second and third movies are crap, are they? Too many quick cuts during fight scenes. Ah, I see. Yeah, sometimes that can be annoying too. Like sometimes they can do it well, but then if the movie is over relying on that all the time, and thank you, Hermione, for putting the Rogue command in. Yeah, so that's the reason I don't like Rogue.
What's the position of the second wave?
1 hour away, at most.
What? Better see what's wrong. What devil Don't worry, it's just the generator acting up. I'll see to it.
Going back. Makes me so angry. I'm not dealing with this anymore.
Oh, here we go! There's no...
Hermione, the first movie had some quick cuts too, but not too many, and you could always follow the action. And the fight scenes were actually badass. Yeah, that's the thing. I think less is more, so a little bit less of the shaky cam stuff. Exotic, you tried 2 and Origins, and for some reason you can't get into them. They seem a little too repetitive to you. Well, that's totally fair. Yeah, it can be hard. I mean, those 2 games as well, like, there's definitely big major differences. So between those 2, just trying to think what game I could suggest maybe to try that you might enjoy a bit more. I mean, Syndicate has the 2 protagonists, Jacob and Evie. So I don't know if that might sort of like help a bit in having 2 different characters who have very different approaches to certain things. And there's a lot of fun moments in it as well. So yeah, maybe Syndicate would probably be one to at least try. Because it's kind of like the last of its era, in a way.
Stop right there!
That's not very polite.
Even in these trying times, we must never forget the laws of common courtesy. Arms down. We appear to have been following the same trail, Miss Fry.
I got here first.
Indeed, you are to be commended. I fear, however, that we have not wholly rooted out evil in this vicinity.
There's another radio.
Accompany me, if you would be so kind. That second device must be found, or new waves of Zeppelins will soon blanket the heavens.
Short on soldiers, are we?
If you could put your considerable talents to good use at Tower Bridge, you would have the thanks of a brave but beleaguered nation.
I would settle for the right to vote.
We have word of further spies near Tower Bridge. If you can locate them, I have no doubt they'll have information on that second radio. Wherever these people are, trouble is sure to follow. Someone of your talents should have little difficulty in identifying them.
1916, London. Assassin's Creed Chronicles Russia, I think it also takes place in oh no, it's 1918, I think. Yeah, Chronicles Russia is 1918. Maybe in another universe, the Red Dead universe, in this same year, Jack Marston might actually be fighting in the conflict. That's one of the things that, you know, could be what the character of Jack Marston ends up doing. Especially after killing Edgar Ross. Flee America and join the war effort, and then that way he can get out of the auspices of the, well, not the Pinkertons at that point. They're disbanded, I think. Anyway. Hermione, Origins has some great scenes in it, but yeah, the map has a lot of question marks. Yeah. A lot. You're not wrong there. Like, there's so much. Climbing London Bridge. Woohoo! Absolutely. Yeah, the entirety of the city is not open to you in this content, but they give you a fair portion of it. Exotica, you've been told you're in the slow part of AC2 and you just need to keep going to get to the good part. And you hate to shit on an ultimately good game, but if you're personally on board for a good few hours, it may not be for you. That's true. I mean, it's like movies too. Like, some movies, they take a while to get going, but if there's nothing that is keeping the person invested, it's kind of hard to stick with something until it gets to that point, you know. But yeah, because there's a lot of stuff that you have to go through, of course, in that. Assassin's Creed Unity is a bit the same as well. But yeah, I mean, Black Flag, that puts you in the thick of the action. So maybe even Black Flag would be one that I would recommend too, as well. Because it puts you in the thick of things straight away. I feel like it doesn't take long to get to like the point of what the story is and stuff. I need to get all these Animus, these Helix glitches, but I want to get this first memory done.
Well, this is just dandy. There could be bombs falling from the sky, and they go and close the bloody bridge.
Is she waiting to bounce on someone?
But still, this is London after all.
You ask me, there's something fishy about this accident. Captain's acting strangely too.
Pico, which assassin are you playing? Oh, sorry, you're playing AC2, that's why the start of the series, that's why it's slow. Yeah. Yeah, you definitely can't choose who you want to play as in that game. Imagine, though, if you could, playing the game as Mario. There are 40 chests to collect in the World War I sequence.
Names, dates. Ah, here's a mention of a radio. Where is it?
Exotica, you got the Ezio collection for PlayStation because all of your friends love him, but you're having a struggle getting through it, lol. You think you just need some encouragement because you love the style, the eras, the actual gameplay, but for you personally, you think the story is lacking, but you think mainly because it's kind of a create your own story, or maybe it's too open world for you. Yeah, I mean, the story as a whole, I would definitely say, like, it's definitely worth pushing through those early stages until you get to a point where it feels like the flow of the story is a bit quicker, quicker paced and stuff.
Ah, in the morning, if my face is a little puffy, I'll put an ice pack while doing stomach crunches. I can do 1,000 now. After I remove the ice pack, I use a deep pore cleanser lotion. In the shower, I use a water-activated gel cleanser. Then, a honey almond body scrub. And on the face, an exfoliating gel scrub. Then I apply a herb mint facial mask, which I leave on for 10 minutes while I prepare the rest of my routine.
Well, Bane, so that's what you do when you take the mask off, huh? Thanks for redeeming that, Hermione. Where is that from? Or is that another Chat GPT creation? But thank you for redeeming that.
Radios will have the Zeps here any minute now. Chaos.
Just get the boat ready. Your employer will be coming down soon enough.
Keep quiet, you lot, or you'll end up in the river.
I'm getting closer. The radio's close to the river, but I need more than this.
Hermione, not ChatGPT. That's from the intro to American Psycho. Oh, okay. Yeah, I still haven't seen that movie. The monologue is a little bit longer, but you had to shorten it due to the 500 character limit. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that could be tough. I remember I redeemed for Maxi to do a David Attenborough impression doing that scene from Rush Hour 3 with the guy who's named you and the guy who named me and all that kind of stuff. And I had to make so many alterations to it to even fit it into the character limit, but I got there in the end. So I definitely know what that's like trying to fit something in with that limit. Exotica, thanks Rod. You think you'll keep trying the games? Like you said, you really want to like them and you've watched most of them and they look like a lot of fun. Well, that's good, because yeah, like I know what it's like though, like some games, if it's getting a bit tedious early on, it might, get in the way of wanting to push forward and stuff. But yeah, the story is definitely really, really good. Hermione, a great movie, by the way. Highly recommend. You have the book too, but haven't read it yet. People say the book is better. And now you know what you're going to redeem next for Arnie. Oh, excellent. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't read the book myself either, as well. And I know that they did a sequel movie, but I don't know if a sequel book was written. But yeah, I know that they did a sequel movie with Mila Kunis in it, I think. But I never saw that one either.
I spotted some new dock workers. You ought to keep an eye on them.
You'd think they let old ants like us take care of that cargo. Could blow up in their faces.
What have you got yourself into? Who's she? Got you! No mercy!
The new workers are moving the ammunition boxes, but all their papers are in order.
I'll do anything you want if you save me. Anything.
Dear Lord! Rest in peace. Who can tell me what happened?
Don't kill me, please. I'm bloody desperate.
Clever. The radio's in the bridge itself, North Tower. I should drop by and say hello.
Don't widow her.
Because I look at the next struggle, going back to playing PlayStation to play AC2 after getting a PC. Yeah, it's such a shame that the Ezio collection wasn't released on PC as well. Like, you think that they would. But yeah, only on consoles. Hermione, I didn't know there was a sequel. You looked it up, you didn't find a sequel novel, so you think it was only the one book. Yeah, it's funny when they do that. Like, for example, with Stephen King, there's only one Pet Sematary novel, but they made, a sequel movie. And the same with the Children of the Corn story by Stephen King. There's only one, but they made like 10, 15 different movies of that. Or as part of a franchise based on that one story, Money, alright, back to work. Man, moving houses isn't done in a day. Cries responsibilities. Well, that is true. Oh, hell yeah. A lot of moving furniture and, other stuff as well. Would like to highly recommend people check out Hermione's channel. He's doing a playthrough of the Tomb Raider remasters for 1, 2, and 3. He's finished 1 and 2. And he's doing the DLC for those 3 games. And he's up to Tomb Raider 3, The Adventures of Lara Croft. And he's showcasing the differences between the new graphics and the old when he's going through that too. A great streamer with a great channel, so definitely recommend. And thanks for popping in for a bit, Hermione. I hope everything goes well. Exotic, you didn't know it wasn't on PC. You just got it on PlayStation before you got a PC in February. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well that's good though that you've got it at least secured. That way you know for sure that you can play it, because I'm not sure the status of the PC version. Because Ubisoft did this thing with their servers where all the games that they had done up until 2013, the servers for those got shut down, so any content and multiplayer stuff was actually not accessible anymore. Oh, that's okay, Hermione, for the shout out, dude. Thanks for the well wishing. You'll eventually get it done. That's true. You know, eventually it'll be very, very time consuming, but once it's all done, at least you don't have to do it, you know. It's all sorted after that point.
It is done, sir.
Let us postpone celebrations. One of the bloody blips has broken through. Not to worry. I have a contingency plan.
Mr. Churchill is wrong, but I have pointed at things before.
Let's clear the sky of planes and let our boys take the Zeppelins. It's this one, sure. That's it. Nice one. Come on, again.
Heartwarming sight, Miss Fry.
Your remarkably armed boat deserves a share of recognition.
One of my experimental projects when I was Lord of the Admiralty. I haven't always been a man of shadows.
And I suppose this victory will thrust you back into the limelight.
We may have struck a blow against the enemy, but London is still riddled with German agents. Currently, there's a new group, unlike anything I've seen before. Theirs is a fanatical, almost religious fervor.
And you believe I'm the woman to flush them out?
Indeed. I dare not approach Mr. Asquith without firmer evidence, but I believe they pose an immediate threat. If you can see to this, I give you my word that once I've battled my way back into Parliament, I shall see if something can't be done about your request. As you're aware, a vote can be far more lethal than a bullet or a blade.
Exotica, what a small world. You're actually helping someone through Tomb Raider 1 in the remaster before you came here, and you're also in the process of moving house, lol. What synchronicity. That was the word I was thinking of. Yeah, the remasters of those were great. I was really happy with those. I haven't played them again since they did all the updates that they've done, but it is cool that they recently added the ability to change what outfit Lara's wearing across the 3 games. I'm assuming it doesn't matter which game you're playing of the 3, you can access all the outfits that Lara wears in all 3 of the games. So that's really cool that they're continually updating it.
Once I walked the earth as you do. I was born to the Illuminat caste in the city of Phaon in the year 2195 of the Isu era. Now I travel the vast corridors of your machines, adrift here within the gray. But I grow stronger. The world is nearly ready for my return. And so I have summoned you to this war-torn simulation to tell you a story. It is our story.
Sheila, you off to work? Thanks for the stream. Have a good rest of your stream and day. You can't wait to see how Juno's story continues in Origins. Oh wait, it isn't. That's right. It's like her coming will be in a comic book and her death will be in a comic book too. It's like, oh, okay. Alright. That's okay, Sheila. Thank you so much for being here too. I really hope the work goes well for you also. Would also like to definitely recommend people check out Sheila Locke. He's a big fan of the series. He's doing his Assassin's Creed annual marathon as well. He's currently on Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered. And he's also a fan of Dead by Daylight. And he's also a fan of the Mafia games as well. And he's also a fan of the Dark Pictures series of horror games by Supermassive. He's also a great streamer too. You have a lot of fun over on his channel, so definitely recommend. Oh yeah, Sheila, that's no trouble at all for the shout out, dude. More than happy to give you one. I hope that everything goes well. As part of the 100% for this sequence, I need to synchronize all the viewpoints, so I'll do that, and also collect all the helix fragments, glitches, as well as get all the treasures. So I'm going to put a hold on this sequence's story until I get that done, because then that way I'll only have the rest of the story of this sequence to worry about.
like the looks of her. Better keep an eye on her.
As an intruder! Now, why is she hiding?
Ahoy there, Grace. Welcome to you.
Intruder! Alarm! She's in my sights! Do you see her? She's going! I don't like the looks of her.
Best keep an eye on
Remember
her.
your training!
I haven't listened. Wait! She shot me out!
I'll get you!
I have her in my sight! Hit her from the side!
You can't run forever! I
Get
don't
the
see
intruder! I got her! You won't keep this up! I have a clear shot!
I'll get you a trigger on her! I'm sorry!
Don't let her get away! You'll never outrun me! You hit her!
You can't run forever!
Don't let her! Out for a stroll! She's done for!
What does she think she's doing
Don't
here?
let her get away! She's ours now! Come here, miss!
Opening fire! I'm after her!
Alright, so we've uncovered a few helix glitches and chests by doing that process. So now to collect. Hopefully that's all of them in this region. Tried to cover as much ground as I could with Eagle Vision active to unveil these things on the map.
Intruder! Raise the alarm! Stop! She might be trouble. Taking a shot! I can still get you from here! She's at me side!
Someone's made it in here! Surrender! Nick her! I've seen a kid run faster!
Hello there, Shaky. Leap of fail for free? That ended up being one, yeah. Yeah, I got the positioning wrong. From that angle, I thought I was able to collect the glitch as I fell, but wasn't close enough.
Don't let her get away! What's she's doing here? No, you don't! Found her! Oi! Calm this down! Intruder! You're gonna find the jail cell very comfortable, I'm sure.
Shaky, your PS5 just randomly died during a session of Borderlands 3. No warning beeps, no warning screen, just powered off and won't power back on anymore. Had it for about a month, lightly used, got to send it in, but you've lost some data for games yet again? Oh no, holy shit. Just what you don't need to have happen? Like, holy hell. That would be so frustrating.
There was an hiding over there.
That actually makes me think of a quote from Assassin's Creed Valhalla that might apply. That brick fits this week's wall of shit. But yeah, that really sucks, Shaky, that happened to your console and your data as well. You finally decided to get back into gaming, and then that happened. Oh, the bloody timing. Bricked. Yeah.
Lucky I'm trying to keep out of trouble.
Was untimely and perhaps avoided. Mr. Jones died repenting his sins. He held firm in his belief
She can't
and will
be up to
therefore
much good.
live forever.
Work, man.
Please don't sack me, sir.
Bit too much to drink, ain't this?
Alright, that's one of the letters that you can find. Letter from the front. Shaky, a brick. Bricked, is it? A brick for me? Yeah. You're taking it in stride. After years on console owning, this was the most baffling way for a console to die. Not even the 360 during the Red Ring era were this volatile. Yeah, it makes me wonder what could have caused it. Like, I mean, who knows, right? Like, out of how many they actually create, who knows what kind of, like, you know, anomalies might actually be in a random one, you know, that the others don't have, but one in particular ends up having. Grace, a brick for me ties around feet and jumps into the ocean. Yeah. Instead of cement shoes, a cement necklace. Well, you know, brick in that case.
I'll get you! I see her! Strike her down! Opening fire on her!
Grace, you feel like you've just found the physical opposite for the phrase best of a bad situation, and it's a town that wants to interview for you a job. So the physical opposite for the phrase best of a bad situation. So is it one of those towns that's going to be like a fair distance away, or is it going to be one of those places where it won't be that much of a big move if you end up getting it, or...
Away from your...
Grace, it's this tiny conservative town that's very close to the state capital in a fairly progressive state with next to zero public transportation except for a toll road out of the area. How does this exist? Oh, yeah, I guess it can make you wonder that sometimes, you know. Like so many, places that have different, foundations that happened, whenever it was founded and stuff like that too. And, who knows what changes, have happened in all that time and what kind of, families might be embedded into the place that, have been there for generations, and how much they have of like businesses and stuff like. Hey there, the Vicenta. I hope it's going well. Welcome on in.
Do you think she has someone to look after her?
We're free shore. Manifest says
Hello, Ishimura. How's things going for you today?
she's looking to get herself shot.
Grace, and since you pronounced Conshohocken correctly on the first try, so said your friends who were born and raised in Philadelphia, feel like you should probably move there. Well, that might be a really good sign then. It's interesting, like, when you see a place name or otherwise for the first time and trying to sort of, like, figure out and look at it and go, is this a word that I've actually heard before? Like, is there a memory of hearing it before or whatnot? It's kind of like sometimes you can definitely guess right. I mean, I've had things too where people have put in chat something and it's been like pronouncing it for the first time and they're like, oh, that's actually pretty good. And I'm like, oh, okay. Because just don't know. Railroad has to move to PA too. If you can say it, you have to live there. Actually, it's interesting with the abbreviations of places in America. Like, there's some that I've found to be like they're seemingly straightforward, where there's others are a little bit trickier. That's where it is. Shaky, damn, you too, you guess. Streamer House. That's actually a good title for a Twitch channel. Grace, the trickier ones are usually the M states because you have so many of them. I'll try Michigan, M-I. M-O is not coming to me. M-N, is that Minnesota or would that be M-S? And M-T. Yeah. Ishimura, how's everyone? Oh, yeah, doing really good. I'm up to the World War I content for this game, getting 100% in this as well, as part of the whole thing, because if you go into the progress tracker for the whole game, the World War I sequences are actually part of the percentage. At least I think they were. Okay, maybe not. That's interesting. Yeah. Well, anyway, I wanted to put them into the playthrough, so doing that and getting all the collectibles and stuff. So Michigan, Missouri, Minnesota, Montana. MS is Mississippi. Ah. Well, that is cool. So the only one that I got right was Michigan, but that's fair enough. MO, Missouri. Biko, you're off now. You'll be back tomorrow likely. Thanks for chatting and have a good day. Also just about to do a burp and a hiccup. That's no worries at all, Biko. I hope everything goes well. You have a good day too. Thank you for being here in this stream and the others today as well. Shaky, somehow upright and conscious against all odds. Well, that is good. That is definitely good. Ishimura, cool. How long does it take to 100% the whole game? Well, it's been taking a while because there's some content that isn't really part of it, I think, which is Jack the Ripper. So you can sort of do just 100% of the main story if you wanted to. But if you want to get like an overall 100%, it does take a little bit to get through. I don't know how many hours worth though. Hey Valon, welcome on in. I hope it's going well. Grace, you were questionably right on MN. You did at least say Minnesota was an option, so you get credit. Oh, awesome. That's good. That's definitely good. It's good to get credit. Was almost there, fully. Oh, do you, Exotica? No, the game won't give me it. Because of course it won't. Why would it? Well, the game does not want me to get that without doing a leap of faith into the water to then have to climb all the way back up again. Although I could do a lazy fast travel. It doesn't matter anyway. Takes you the other way and then that one's there. I remember these being very, very annoying to get these particular ones. Ishimura, there's a Jack the Ripper DLC. Didn't know. You find that case pretty fascinating. Oh, there is. Yeah. Yeah, it's quite a good DLC, actually. Sometimes I do it on its own as part of like a horror marathon in October. Grace, in fairness, you know exactly one Australian abbreviation and you have far less, so you're doing better than me. That is true. Yeah, we don't have as many states in Australia as there are in, like, you know, America and like other places too. It's just crazy the amount that there can be in other places. Come on. Of course not. Can't back eject across there. Because why wouldn't an assassin be able to do that? There we go. Alright, 10 collected, 10 more of those left to get. Jump off and into the water. So if you just do the story of this sequence, it doesn't really take long overall to get through it.
a little respect.
Talk about fucking finicky. Like, seriously? Come on, game. Quicker to fucking fast travel than it is to bloody climb back up there again. Grace, yeah, you've got NSW, New South Wales locked in. Other than that, you just try to not pronounce Melbourne like a dickish idiot and call it a day. Yeah, I mean, some of the words that we have, though, to be fair, can be really, really tough to say, you know? It's like the word, like, when we say it, it sounds like it should have Z's in it, like Aussie. But if you see it spelt, it's 2 S's instead of 2 Z's. So it's understandable when I hear people say Aussie instead of Aussie. For example, that's one example. There's probably a lot of examples because of different, you know, place names too as well. But it's only natural too for certain pronunciations to be done with words, you know, because there might be things about it that at first glance might seem similar to something else, and so when that gets said, it might sound right, but it might not be the way that it was meant to be said. Okay, so jumping from here, does this get us in there? No. Alright, let's try going up on this. You gotta love it in games. There always has to be one tiny thing that they put into a game that makes you spend 50 minutes for it. It's like... Huh? Grace, you grew up in an area with a lot of First Nations words and names, so you're used to things being spelled one way and, say, completely differently. That's true, yeah, like if you sort of get used to that, it changes the way you perceive the word and then trying to figure out how to actually say it as well. See how bullshit this is? The placement of that friggin' helix glitch? Like, at this point, you have to ask yourselves whether or not the developers are just doing this on purpose. Because they know that it's going to take an hour to fucking do something like this, you know what I mean? Like, it's pathetic, really. It's really petty kind of game design. They think they're, you know, tough. They think they're so clever when they do this shit, but they're actually not. They're just ridiculous. Ishmiri, you lived in Scotland, and there are some towns like that. Chatellerault and Mulguy is one of is one. Mulguy is another that have a weird pronunciation. Yeah, because you look at the way that it's spelt, and there isn't really much in it that would make you think it's Mulguy, because you've got Ga and or Gavney, so it'd be understandable if someone was to think it was Milgavney. Hey, Religion, thank God Glytus X is about to get over with his midterms. Last one is today. It was boring not him being able to help me and Bane being annoying roommates, and all shenanigans aside. IT800 am surprised he's not banned from your channel. Bane, get your ass over here. We got work to do.
Oh, shut up, T800. It's not the same without Lotus X making us fight each other and trying to make Rod Legion laugh his ass off. I do agree. Why isn't he banned by now? Ha 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 ha. Okay, I'll go rest now, T800. Or maybe we can go wreak havoc. Good day, Rod Legion.
Hey, Lightus, welcome in, dude. Thanks for redeeming those 2 impressions. I hope that your midterms are going to go well, you know, when you get them done. Hope you get some good results and stuff. How's things been going? Stardust, you're watching a Ubisoft stream. You asked a simple question, and someone named Jono said, don't speak on the game till you play. I'm like, why would you want to play this game when there's toxic people like Jono around? Just asking what a bunny hop is, and in general, what the game is about. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, there was a time when I didn't know what a bunny hop was. So yeah, I don't know why people would have a problem with someone asking what one is. I mean, we're not born already knowing what everything is, you know, so there's going to be some stuff that people don't find out until later in their life, some earlier, you know. Grace, nobody can pronounce anything near Boston unless they're English. Yeah, I mean, that one is an interesting sort of like accent I've found, especially to try and emulate as well. Thank you, Lidus, for redeeming the Red Dead 1 or 2 quote. Star, that's a lot of quotes. It is, yeah. Pitting Arnie versus Bane. Lidus, leap of fail, a success. Yeah, there's been a lot of those. The way that they position this Helix glitch in this World War I sequence is just... It's purposefully being an asshole to the player is basically what it is. Hey there, Cons. How's it going? You're looking forward to playing Tomb Raider Legend for the PS5 just to find out it's the PS2 version, which is 30 FPS and 480p. Oh no, Cons. Damn. Yeah, I was actually contemplating getting that, but now that you mention that, I'll probably just stick with the PC version that I have of Legend. But that is a shame that it's like that for the PS5. Stardust, if it's a successful leap of fail, is it still a fail? That's a good question. Okay, so I've got Red Dead 2 quote. How many times you pissed yourself today? You smell like you've been dead for 2 weeks, and the flies seem to agree with me. You pathetic old man. I'd kill you if I could be bothered, but I try to avoid vermin. I met worms with more background, old man, and swines with better manners, but I never met a more impressive leech. Here he is, the worst pimp in the history of the world. At least the girls don't feel threatened, you and Mary Beth. I know who I'd pick in a fight. How the hell are you still alive? You've pickled yourself in your own juices. God help us, you'll probably live 100 years. I should have broken your neck long ago, you revolting old bastard. Don't give me a reason. Maybe Micah is right about you. Maybe we should kill you, you goddamn parasite. Okay, so there's some insults that Arthur will throw at Uncle in camp. Thanks for redeeming that, Lidus. Stardust, you also have a proverb that sounds like it would come from Uncle Iroh, Avatar, The Last Airbender, except you came up with this one. It's better to be a fool and dangerous than it is to be dangerous but a fool. That's your proverb. That's interesting, though. It's better to be a fool and dangerous than it is to be dangerous but a fool. Lidus, yeah, I'm doing well. Yeah, things are going good, Lidus. Making a lot of progress in this game too. I'm going to be finishing it this week for sure. I've only got this content and Jack the Ripper to do. For sure, man. Been lurking whenever you go live, but don't get the chance to chat. Well, thank you so much for all the lurking that you've been doing, Lidus. It's definitely appreciated, dude. Hey there, Mona. Good evening to you as well. How's things going for you today? Malice, Grace, okay, you may have found the magic train routes for this city. Oh, hell yeah. That's really cool. Hey, Alve, welcome. You just finished the first episode of the Fallout show. It was really good. Have you seen it? I haven't. No, I haven't really had much exposure to the Fallout, series. I mean, in general, I mean, not series as in the series you're talking about, but the overall series of Fallout. But that's good. It's really good. That's awesome. Stardust, no hydrate button, sad face. Yeah, I don't bother having one because I always have a drink with me anyway. And I'm always, taking a sip and stuff. Hey, Donut Homer, welcome. Unfortunately not, no. There's a lot of stuff to do even in this, getting all the collectibles and stuff. I'm actually on a collectible now, which is a damn pain. Where they've put it is in a spot that is very tricky to get to. But yeah, that'll be tomorrow's content. You know very little Fallout, but damn, the show is good. Well, that is good, especially if you don't know much about Fallout. Stardust, at least that means no one can drown you. That's true. You tried Fallout 3 but didn't really enjoy it. You think if the game was to get a remaster or a remake, you would get into it easier? Yeah, that was the one that I tried, and I just couldn't get into it twice. 2 separate occasions, years apart, and just still couldn't get into it. But maybe it's just that one. Or maybe there's just some... I don't know. It's like with fantasy games. Like, I like Lord of the Rings, but that doesn't mean I love every fantasy thing, so there might be some fantasy games that might look good, but I'm just not interested in them. It's weird. Grace, it can get you to the next 2 large cities, both 30 to 40 minute drives and 20 to 50 minutes by train, which for US public is pretty damn good. Well, that is good too, especially in comparison as well, but yeah, that's the other thing to consider is the time it could take. Thank you, Donut Homer, for the follow. Thank you very much. Yeah, you love space stuff, but you sure as hell do not love Shitfield. Yeah, I think it's fine, because at the end of the day, everything that is part of the same kind of franchise or genre, it can still be individually looked at and looked at as being, not that good. See what I have to work with here to try and get this fucking thing? Absolutely ridiculous. I really like mythology, but absolutely hated an AC Odyssey. Yeah, that's definitely fair. That can happen. So, as you mean to be fair, mythology is different in every culture. Also, turns out leprechauns are evil little bastards, if you're not mistaken. Used to think they were harmless. Haven't seen them, but there's a series of horror movies about a leprechaun that goes around killing people. No. Oh, for fuck's sake. Whoever programmed this and whoever put this here, I hope they didn't work on any other games in the future, because they're just fuckhead. See, not even that, like trying to get it that close, it's like, fuck off. Like, seriously? No, Ave, I definitely would not say that. Yeah, I don't wish death on anyone. See, it's just ridiculous. Absolutely, utterly ridiculous where they put that collectible. But that isn't really your problem. The God of War games are Greek mythology and you really love them. You think it has to do with Ubisoft forcing them into an AC game that it was already far from what AC should be, which just made it stray further away from AC. That's totally fair. Hey there, Lucinda. Good morning. Welcome on in. Well, Syndicate's going pretty good. When I did the Last Maharajah DLC, though, the second last memory after it finished, there's a cutscene, and the game glitched, and after the cutscene was finished, it wouldn't let me move, it wouldn't let me do anything, and when I pressed the pause button, it only bring up the options that it brings up when there's a cutscene playing, which is resume or turn subtitles on and off. So I had to actually close the game down, and that meant the stream stopped, and I had to do the final memory, which took me about half an hour in one stream on its own. So that was quite annoying, but got it all done. But now with this World War I sequence, I'm stuck on trying to get this heeless glitch. No matter which angle I jump from or dive from, the game just will not have the character actually grab it. How's things going with you, Lucinda, today? Stardust leprechauns, also leprechauns or leprechauns, figures in Irish folklore who guard hidden treasure. Regarded as small and incredibly agile male fairies or goblins, they most often guard a pot of gold. Leprechauns live solitary lives and can be a source of mischief for the unwary. Absolutely. Casper, now you remember this one. Yeah. Yeah, this is utterly ridiculous. Like, you jump from there, it's too far. You jump from up here, not far enough. You jump from over there, it's not good. You drop as close as you can using the grapple, it's not enough. You dive from here, it's not good enough. You know, it's absolute bullshit. And you can't just, zip across there, say. And if you can, you probably have to have the camera angle on the right fucking angle, and it has to be the right time of day and month and year and century for it to fucking work. This is why the grapple in this game is not as great as people make it out to be. It's pretty shit, actually, that you can't fucking use it to go across here. An absolute fucking joke. Drop. Finally, after pressing the button 100 times. No, you get that right. It was the, I hope that made you think that because you recently hit another person say that with the same tone. Oh, that's fair enough, Ave, yeah. Casper, you used the guide, still had trouble. So annoying. Indeed, Lucinda, OGs for sure. Hey there, Ren, welcome on in. I think the best AC game, I have a top 3. So, saying my top 1 out of the 3 would definitely be, I guess, obviously the best one. But, not necessarily, because there's so many things that the other games did that I also like too. But my top 3 favorites are AC2, and then Black Flag, and then Origins. So you would say Irish AC lore, but you think Valhalla counts. Valhalla. Listen, you're going alright, got to bed at a decent hour last night and got to sleep in today. Feeling good, ready for your last day of work for 4 days. That is great. Lucinda, that's excellent as well. That you're able to get to bed and get some really good sleep in as well. And yeah, you'll love those 4 days of, you know, of not having to go to work, you know. Stardust, deep breaths. Breathe, remember your yoga. Fabian comes in. Did somebody say yoga? Is it Ave the Thunder? Zeus, what are you doing? Yeah, I think it's probably best to look at a guide for this one because it's just, you know, like, it's just ridiculous. Like, I've gotten it before, but that was years ago and I can't remember how I actually got it. See, by rights, like, her head goes directly past it. You would have thought that they would have a little bit of, you know, leeway for the player. But no. Alright. I don't want to spend hours just on this one fucking collectible. I would like to get this sequence done in one stream. Alright, so the idea of using the zip line and doing a leap of faith off of it is what they do in the video I just saw, but I've also done that multiple times as well, in the exact same spot that they've done it. Fucking finally, after 10 centuries. I guess I didn't have the exact positioning correct to the pin prick fucking size of the tip of it position. One little tiny fraction of a friggin' fraction off. Absolute fucking bullshit. The weather is freaking mad. Heavy winds and non-stop raining. Zeus! Kratos. Hey there, Calm. Welcome on in. That was close, Stardust. That attempt was. And I almost had it on that previous attempt, Calm. You're right. Oh yeah, Stardust. That's definitely no trouble at all. I hope that work goes well. Thank you for the yay and the hype, Lucinda. Finally got it. Yeah, Calm. It was good to finally get it. Took, what, probably 20 minutes or more? Mona, but how do you really feel? It's good to express yourself and your feelings. Yeah, well, feeling really good. And middle of the week is also good to reach. And I'm looking forward to the weekend to stream Splinter Cell, because I really do like those games a lot. Alright, that's 20 of 40 chests found in World War I sequence. Oh, they sounds like a damn nuclear bomb is going off right now. You never know. Maybe it's just a cover for one being used right now. Moni, haven't seen or played some of those in a long time. Splinter Cell, look forward to that. Nice. yeah, they're good to replay. I always enjoy replaying them. And there'll be a Splinter Cell game that I haven't played among them. When it came to the fourth game in the series, Double Agent, they had two different Ubisoft studios do two different versions. A lot of the stuff in the game's story for both versions is the same, but there are a lot of differences as well. And the way that the game's structured as well is very different. So I thought for the first time I would actually play the other version of Double Agent as well as the one that I normally play. So you have the version that was done for the original Xbox and PS2, and then you had the version that was done for the Xbox 360 and the PS3. And two different teams worked on those, and there's a lot of differences between the two. The one that I've always played is the Xbox 360 version, but I've never played the other version. So it'll be interesting to see and feel as well how different the two are from each other. So I'm looking forward to that as well. I think what I might do is probably do it back to back, but maybe do the other version first, and then do the version I normally do. I mean, I don't really know whether the way that the other version ends is different to the one that I'm normally playing, but we'll wait and see. But yeah, that's what I'll be doing for the Splinter Cell playthroughs, is doing that version for the first time. And I want to do challenge runs with the series, because I've never ever done any challenge runs with Splinter Cell before, so it'll be interesting to do that as well. So with the first Splinter Cell, I'm going to be doing a stealth challenge with the punishment of restarting the whole mission all over again if I get detected, which is going to be interesting. And I want to start that earlier this year than I do than I have in previous years, because doing a stealth challenge on top, it's going to be a bit more time consuming, given there'll be a lot more considerations, and as I said, if I get fully detected, then I have to restart the whole mission again. But the version that I'll be playing of the original Splinter Cell is the Xbox original version. I have, Donut. Yeah, I've done a permadeath playthrough of Mirage. When they first released that update, I did a playthrough of it. I only played it on easy because I just wanted to do a playthrough of it while the content was still new. And I also decided to do the game with the Arabic language selected. So yeah, I played permadeath mode and the Arabic language in the last playthrough I did of it. And in the next playthrough I'm going to do of Mirage, as part of this marathon, will be a stealth challenge one. There we go, finally got that one. Alright, I only have 4 more of those glitches to find, thankfully.
There must be some explanation. Mother of God! What does she think she's doing here? Come on! I'll get you! Come here, miss! Give no quarter! Take a shot! She's ours now! Get up! Intruder! Stop her!
Oh, really, Calm? You just started Mirage? Excellent, that's good. You think it's pretty good so far? Nice, that's cool.
Let this be a lesson to you. Very pride in your work. So very much.
So even if you have all the skills unlocked in the main game, when it comes to this sequence, they put Lydia Fry at level 6, whereas in the main game, you might have gotten Jacob and Evie to level 10.
Better keep an eye on her. She escaped from Lambeth Asylum.
The Roscoe is here!
This thuggery is mad.
Wonder who she's hiding from.
When I do a playthrough of this for next year, when I do its like a 10th anniversary run, I'm going to do a lot of reading in the main game, and I'll also do that for this content as well. So I'll read all the stuff that we collect in that playthrough next year, because this is time consuming enough for this run, let alone adding reading on top.
Can't see a thing.
But we will be all right.
I don't like the looks of her.
Let's look the other way.
Hey there, Sailcat. Thank you so very much for the 28 months in a row. Hell yeah, Sailcat. Thank you for that. That is really, really awesome. Thank you. How's things going for you today?
There's a suspicious-looking woman. Huh?
They wouldn't behave like that.
Here we go.
Salcat, you're doing good. You're about to get some food. That's great to hear, Salcat. I'm glad that you're going well. And I hope that you enjoy your food as well. Food, glorious food.
Lucky I'm trying to keep out of this rubble.
I'll come right over there and deal.
Your type here.
This is no place for you.
Make me come over there.
Looks like trouble is brewing.
You can't get away with that.
Whoops. I've been trying not to kill the soldiers that aren't enemies in this. Whoops. Alright, so that's all the healers glitches in the World War I sequence collected, which now means that overall, in the whole game, I've gotten all of them done. There we go. All of them done in the main game, and all of them done in World War I sequence. Listen, that's a big feat. You love collectibles, but some of them were a right pain in the ass. They definitely were. Like, you think about the missions in the later games where it's like, you need to go into this building, or there's like a chest. Oh wait, you need to find one of 10 keys. Oh, where is the key? Haha, you won't know. You'll have to spend hours trying to find them just to open the door. It's so funny in Valhalla, like you have these structures that surely, if you threw fire onto it, it would actually burn the whole structure down. Yet, obviously, they make it that it can't because they want you to spend the 20 hours trying to find the key to open the door. I was saying in another stream, but I decided with Odyssey in my marathon, I'm not actually going to do a challenge run with it anymore. But I decided that because it's been years since I've actually played through the content, I'm going to do the 2 DLC for that as well. So I'll be doing a New Game Plus run of Odyssey, and I'll also be doing the Fate of Atlantis DLC and the Legacy of the First Blade as well. Are they Odyssey DLCs? Oh yeah. Yeah, I thought it's been years since I did them, and that's that's enough of a break from it. Play through it. There might be some other things I do for the playthrough, as in approaches, but I'm going to decide that a bit closer. I still have a little bit of time up my sleeve. It's treason then. It's the season for treason. That's the reason. Okay, so that's all the letters from the front for the World War I sequence collected.
Don't you have anything to say? She doesn't have to say anything.
Alright, so I still have 10 chests in World War I sequence to get, and 1 more of the locked ones.
see that woman? What on earth is she doing up there? Cock.
It's true. Court won't believe you.
What did we just toast?
Asleep on the street with nothing to...
I should probably get out of the way.
What's she hiding from?
Irish? Keep an eye on that one. Gale, easy, easy. On you go now.
She's not allowed here!
Forget where we are.
Every able man must do his...
Certainly not an English name.
Enough dilly-dallying. Back to your post.
Everything you need to survive the streets.
Right here. Oh, take a look. infection. It's horrible.
Ladies,
You won't find... Look, boys.
I wasn't sure, but I thought I would just check to see if there wasn't any maps in the World War One sequence that you could buy from the merchants. I was maybe hoping that there'd be like a chest map, but no luck. There's no maps at all that you can get in the World War One sequence. Hello there, Sage. Oh yeah, that's definitely no trouble at all. Yeah, those Desmond journeys, if you're very curious about learning more about Desmond's backstory, they're definitely really cool, and having played the Lost Archives DLC, it'll feel, you know, it won't take much to get into the Desmond journeys. How's things going for you today? I hope you're having a good morning. Mona, you should give this game another go. Watching the past days has piqued your interest. Oh, nice, Mona, that's cool. Was it one of those games that you played all the way through, or did you just sort of play for a bit and then stopped? Because if so, it'd be interesting to see what you think about it if you were to play it all the way through. Mona, you started it twice but bailed. Your mental health at both those times was strained. Your patience is quite short. And while AC Games, patience at time isn't the best combo. You're not wrong there. You know, it's like sometimes there's things that you just have to sort of like wait on. And the longer you have to wait, it can definitely be very tempting to just be like, fuck it. Like, especially if you're trying to be stealthy, you might get to a point where you're like, fine, and then just go around, you know, and go nuts against all the enemies in combat. Sage, it's great, man. You entered such a cool rabbit hole of AC lore yesterday. After finishing 1 to 3 sequences and Revelations, you're just amazed by everything after slowly replaying 2 and Brotherhood. You're reading about the Templars regarding Cain, Edison, and Tesla, how Hitler used it to make everyone crazy enough to do the Holocaust, etc. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, Assassin's Creed 2 also has a lot of things in it that later games would look at and incorporate into their own, and cover things, you know. And we even had, you know, whole games that ended up being covering certain things, like the whole Napoleon thing, you know, that gets covered, and all the little like callbacks and stuff. But yeah, there's definitely a lot. Like, if you get interested in it, there's definitely a lot that you can explore and find out about. Something I would have liked to have seen is a game that, instead of always having the present day be our current present day, do something different where you have the 2 time periods still, but one time period is when Abstergo first was created and the assassins were first learning about it, and when they were first trying to get all the information they could about it. And the other part of the story would be, you know, some time period before that. So when Abstergo was formed, it was like 1933 or like somewhere around then. So you could do a game that has sections in the 30s or even 40s, you know, but probably mid 30s, late 30s. I feel would be better, because then that way you can give a decent chunk of time for the story to cover the assassins learning about that, you know, and maybe have some connection to the person in the other time period from way before, who is tied somehow to the people that end up creating Abstergo, you know, things like that. Mona, let the meetings begin. Yay! Well, Mona, I hope that the meetings go well, and I hope that they don't drag on as well. But I hope it all goes well, Mona.
Take her down! I'll be the death of you!
Okay, here's the final locked chest in the whole game.
She's found herself a nice spot.
Someone's been
Sage, if you read right, would be like all about Ford founding Abstergo in that time you just said. Absolutely, Sage, yeah. You know, covering that kind of stuff. You could even be playing as a new employee at Abstergo who is looking at sort of like stuff as well. It's a shame there weren't any other outfits that you could get for Lydia in this. Or the outfits from the main game that Evie wears. Sage, you loaded up Valhalla and got quite a laugh. You have 70 hours on the game, yet you haven't touched one Asgard mission, and you have about half the order left to where you never even got the King Alfred found in the Templars cutscene. Oh, wow. Yeah, those Asgard missions, like... I didn't mind them in the game, but I felt like after that was done, they didn't need to do more stuff. Which is kind of why I didn't bother with Dawn of Ragnarok. Because I'm like, I've had enough of the mythological stuff. Not that I don't enjoy the stuff that I have enjoyed with the mythological stuff anymore or anything. It's just that I think there have been enough games in the series now where mythology has been in the game, you know. Like, at least take a break for it. Like, I mean, Mirage doesn't even necessarily really take a break from it 100%, but it's not as prevalent in that as it is in Odyssey. Well, I mean, you know, the Curse of the Pharaohs DLC for Origins is, you know, the first instance really where, you know, mythology, I guess, in a way was starting to come through. And you get like Odyssey, which ramped it up even more, and then Valhalla with everything with Asgard and everything. Whereas Mirage doesn't have quite that, but yeah, I think we've had enough of that kind of stuff for a bit.
Bless her.
There must be some
Sage, imagine the mythology stuff creates an easy window for Ubisoft to make a lot of microtransactions. That is true, yeah. You know, there's that aspect of it. And also it allows them to sort of like dive into the same waters as games outside of the series that deal with mythology as well. Because it's like, oh, if there was a game that came out and it was heavily inspired by Indian mythology, for example, Ubisoft would be like, we need to do that for one of our games as well. You know. Okay, I want to be more thorough in this area now, just in case there's anything that I missed. Which means, unfortunately, I'm going to just go gung-ho on these soldiers.
Why is she hiding?
Preparing a down!
You'll regret that, you will.
Don't let her get away! Speck of filth, wait! Strike her down!
Where does she think she's going?
Jesus Christ, game. Fucking wanted to interact with the generator to turn the prompt off, but of course the character went into cover instead. Oh, Jesus Christ. Plus fucking ridiculous shit. Yeah.
Female intruder! Alone!
Intruder! Stop her! Stop her! Your blood! She's bleeding! You will never best me! She's ours now!
Where does she think she's going? You'll be very sorry for that.
does she think she's doing here?
Sage probably spent 20 of those 70 hours getting Excalibur, 10 hours doing the Animus secret ending, and 40 hours taking care of those insanely petty regions to finish the base game. Oh yeah. There's just so much content in that game. Like, when it first came out and there was just the base game, that was enough, let alone all the other content that they've added on top since that original release and everything. So much ground to cover if you want to do a 100% playthrough of it now.
Intruder! Stop her! Stop her! Jesus, here!
I can't miss her now.
Come here, Mick!
Female intruder! Alarm! But we're tougher. Remember your training. Come on, sailor.
You'll regret that!
Very sorry. She's tough, but we're tougher.
Anyone else to fight Lydia? Anyone? Okay, so nothing is really popping up in Eagle Vision in this area as not having been done yet. Collected yet, I should say. Sage, what's your opinions on the recent Shadow gameplay? Well, it was good to see something that was substantial to get a better idea of what they're going for. The thing about the stealth, that looks really cool. The stuff that you can do, being able to not just, you know, swim underwater, but also to do like this interesting kind of like crawling underwater at the same time to go a bit deeper, especially, you know, if there was like shallow water, for example. I can see that being handy when the water's really shallow and you want to hide in it. And being able to use the grapple to grapple to the ceiling to get out of view of enemies, to get a good position to do like air assassination, you know, things like that. I like all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was good to see some stuff a bit more substantial, but overall, I'm still not excited about it. But that's a general thing with AC these days anyway. I try not to get too passionate or too excited or too hopeful about stuff in the series nowadays, so... But definitely not pre-ordering it, not buying it day one. Might buy it eventually, but not really in a rush to, and I don't really care for finding out what happens at the end before I play it either. Like, I'm sort of like not caring about that stuff anymore moving forward. So I'd rather know the ins and outs of the story and if it's going to be good or not on that aspect as well. Like, sure, a game can be fun, and that's fine, but if the story is completely shit, then it doesn't give me incentive to play it, which might sound weird, but being someone that really loves stories in games, it's one of those things where if the gameplay is awesome but the story is shit, I'm not going to waste my time with the game anymore, kind of thing. And then, of course, there's the whole Infinity thing, which they haven't said anything about since they did more on it last year. I think it was last year. Might have been a couple of years ago now. A lot of questions surrounding that. Will it cost anything? If it does, how much? If you don't get it, will you still be able to load up the other games that you buy? You know, things like this. Because the way that they were talking about it was that you need Infinity to access all these games, otherwise you won't be able to. How many of these do I actually have left? Because this is getting annoying. Alright, I've got 2 more chests left to get. 2 more. I bet you there's some more on the Thames. Says, regarding stealth, you're so tired of the Origins, Valhalla, and Mirage assassinations where it isn't continuous, where it locks you in for like a slow 2 to 4 second animation. Yeah, I definitely know what you mean, because it leaves you prone to being detected, which is, you know, it's a bit of a balance, because obviously they want to have some kind of challenge with it, but at the same time, it can get so friggin' annoying. So, okay, can you believe they're asking $69.99 for the standard edition of AC Shadows? Yeah, here it's like $109, I think. Then the Ultimate Edition is like probably $200 or something. Just crazy. So it's not weird at all. Only reason you see Valhalla as the only acceptable RPG is because they seem to actually care to revive the AC amazing story that we know. Yeah, I mean, it kind of gets harder and harder because even though the original plan for Desmond in the first few games didn't end up happening the way that it was originally planned, and by extension that meant that things went differently, it still felt connected between one game and the next, and it felt like there was something ultimately going for. But after Desmond got killed off, the way that they told the present day stories, moving that stuff forward, there wasn't really an end goal. It was more like each game had an end goal, but there were still things left open and stuff. And they were sort of like directionless as well. So I don't know. It's like a series of a show that goes on for longer than it should have. Something that should have ended, you know, seasons ago is still limping along. And it's, you know, like they start to do the same thing over and over again. But they just change something different slightly, you know what I mean? And with the AC series, you know, like, obviously if you look at individual people in different time periods, you can have stories that are basically still going to be, in and of themselves, something that people want to experience, you know, so there's always going to be different things that you can do in that respect. But in terms of like an overarching narrative with the series, like, there's no direction with it, you know. There's also the rumor that they were going to fast forward time in the modern day and jump ahead a few 100 years into the future, which that might make a different feel, but what ultimately they're going to do with the stories, if it's going to be that way, is like, how can you tell new stories in that without making it feel like the same old, same old? And plus, because Assassin's Creed is cross-media, you also have books and comics and everything like that, that, you know, have characters that originate in those and then appear in the games as Easter eggs or small appearances, and then you have the other way around where you have characters that were introduced in the games are in the comics and stuff. And it can really spread out the amount of story that each character has that you can experience in the different mediums and stuff like that. And things can sort of like be made important in one story, but then in the next they're forgotten, and it's kind of like, especially if they don't actually end the previous story, you know what I mean? It's like doing a cliffhanger at the end of the first episode of a show, and then not following up at all ever about what happened, and just acting like it was already resolved. You know, it's like, finish one story, give it an ending, and then if you want to do a sequel with the characters in it, look at ways to actually create a story that doesn't rely on, 50 different things were left open, so we'll just, you know, pick one of them. You know, it's like, if you have a story about a character that goes through a struggle, and the struggle was caused by the main villain, and they finally kill the main villain, and those struggles are no more. They've overcome them, you know, and they've also gotten revenge against the person who started it all for them. But in the sequel, you might be like, what if that villain actually had a secret partner that was also in on everything, you know? Like, what was their story? Then you can craft something different, where it's like, the main character has to track down that villain then, you know? And it might turn out that they're related to them, so I don't know, you know? There are ways to make things continue on from something without needing there to be all these things left open at the end of the previous story. You know, you can tie everything off and have it be completed and have it be a full story, and then you can come up with a sequel that is like, well, what if there's this aspect now that the character has to deal with? Like, once the character gets their revenge, that story is over and done with, you know? So it's like, in the next follow-up to that character's story, what is the next obstacle that they have to face? What is the next challenge that they have to overcome? And the other thing about that is too, like, if you finish your story and it ends and it has an actual end, if it doesn't get well received and it won't get a sequel, at least you haven't left things open. You know, you've tied things up in the previous story. So if it isn't successful, at least that story has already been told in full, and the character's resolution has been reached. But if you leave things too open-ended and it's unsuccessful, then nothing might ever pick up where the first thing left off and explain things, so it's like a bit of a waste of effort. Sage, you brought up a good point earlier with how they keep making new stories and mythology instead of tying things like the creation of Abstergo into a game, or like you're saying, just standalone bullshit stories, which makes you think how similar it is with new Star Wars. A bunch of new bullshit Jedi in every project now with a standalone story, like you're saying. The Acolyte episode yesterday, for example, has a current 2 out of 10. Instead of trying old Sith or Jedi that we already have in lore, they just make new lore. Yeah, I mean, because a repetition can start to happen where nothing really overall is different, except maybe in very broad strokes, whereas there might be little details here and there that are threaded between one episode of something to another, and all that kind of stuff. And sometimes you can dilute an idea to a point where it becomes pointless, or the people invested in it earlier might not be invested anymore because their interest has dropped off. Things like that. Like, there's always going to be fundamentals that are the same to create a formula. Like, if you look at certain series of movies, for example, that follow a certain formula. Like Friday the 13th, for example, follows the same formula a lot of the time. Group of characters getting picked off one by a killer that observes them in first-person view mode. We see from their POV, and the final person left alive overcomes the villain. Next movie, a new group of characters face off against the same villain. Well, not necessarily in the case of Friday the 13th Part 2, but certainly Part 3 and Part 4, and Part 6 and Part 7 and Part 8, and 9 and 10. You're dealing with the same. Between 1 and 2 you have a change, because obviously in the first it's Pamela Voorhees, the mother, who's the killer, and then in the sequels it's her son, who had supposedly drowned and died, but didn't actually, and still alive, and killing. So you got the basic formulas that stay the same, but they start to change things up, where it's like, hey, how about in the 5th one, it's a copycat killer who's dressing up like Jason Voorhees and going around doing the killing, but it's not actually him, Hey, how about we do one where there's a girl who has psychic powers and is able to actually move things with her mind? How about we have her go up against Jason Voorhees? Oh, how about we have, this cruise that they go on, and they go to Manhattan and, have it in the city, which, by the way, only happens for like half an hour of the movie. Towards the end, they finally reach the city of they finally reach Manhattan. They took the basic formula and then they did all these changes, So you can still keep the same formula and make changes. I mean, Friday the 13th is not a great example to use in terms of like an overall high quality, because the quality varies from one movie to the next in so many different areas, but there will be, formulaic stuff that still needs to be there, or can be there, and things change. Like a lot of the James Bond stories, I'm more so speaking about the movies, or more so my knowledge of the movies, because my knowledge of the books is very, very, very minimal and limited, but you have the main villain who has this big plot, this big plan to take over the world, and they want to do some massive, spectacle of terror or some kind of like thing. They have some kind of like motive, and James Bond gets the gadgets. He gets the mission he speaks to Moneypenny, they flirt a bit, and then boom, he's on the journey, you know. There's a certain formula that they follow, you know, but then there's some where it's like James Bond's friend gets, you know, almost killed, and he goes on a vengeance mission, and they're kind of like, you know, you can't go on a personal vendetta and all this kind of stuff. So they do, you know, make changes here and there as well. So there will be some things where you have to keep the formula, at least, you know, most of it. But you do have a bit more leeway with what you do when you're telling different stories. So you can still have Assassin's Creed be about an artifact that is being sought after. But you can make some differences here and there into what other things are part of the actual pursuit of it. Sage, what a good point about how if something is unsuccessful, you make it an open ending, it's almost a pointless story. It definitely can be, you know, like, it might not be pointless for the people who really enjoyed it and like to re-experience it, but if it wasn't successful enough for them to do a follow-up that actually answers those, you know, open-ended, like those things that it left on, then it is a bit pointless to have done that. Of course, you never know that when they're coming up with the story, obviously, but I think probably as a safe bet, it's probably better to think in those terms when crafting it and being like, hey, what if this is actually not successful? We need to make sure that it's still a coherent story, that if we don't ever get to do another one, at least we can say, hey, this character goes through this, and this is the end of the story, and that's it. You know, that's the end. But hey, if it ends up being successful, cool, we can, you know, add all these extra things in, you know, we can add a new character that comes into play that has, you know, new sort of like issues for the main character to have to face, you know, and deal with and stuff. So, okay, you have no interest in any current Star Wars stuff, just watch the original trilogy and avoid all the political bullshit they're peddling. Well, that's the thing too with so much stuff, you know, it's like, sooner or later you just have to be like, very selective with things. You know, there's no point just sort of like... It's like if you experience something that you hate, there's no point putting you through that every single time just because you might be a fan of other stuff in the same, you know, franchise. It is okay to be like, I like this, but I don't like that, so I'll stop, you know, with that stuff and just focus on this other stuff. Sage, love it. Rod, you're inside of many things. We just want good stories. We don't care what sex or race it is, like Disney thinks we do. Just want great stories. Well, that's the thing too with storytelling, is that like there's so many things that you can do as well, and so when you're sort of like applying it to something, there's different combinations of things that you can try, that you can sort of like, you know, bring in and see, you know, how it works and stuff like that. But there's a lot of things that can become just derivative of other stuff, but even things in their own franchise can become derivative of itself, you know, and it starts to have things that feel very samey and very similar, like retreading the same ground over and over and over and over and over again, which is not something that is going to be, you know, appealing on a grand scale. So, okay, there's a guy wearing a hockey mask that's killing campers, not a lot to work with, and you're a huge fan of the series. Well, that is true. Yeah, you're not wrong there. I remember watching the remake and I thought it was good. But it's not like, you know, groundbreaking or anything, which is okay. You know, it doesn't have to be reinventing the wheel necessarily, even though by the very nature of a remake, that's what you're trying to do, is reinvent the wheel. But it was definitely one of those remakes that I saw it, and like, I'm not big into it, like I don't rewatch it or anything. I've only actually watched it once, whereas the other ones I've watched multiple times, but it's been a long time since I watched one. Come on, game, throw me a freaking bone here. Like, I've got 2 more chests to find.
Isn't that right, Sam?
Oh, did you, Sage? You clicked Yusuf's database in the game and then started to read about Vlad Tepes and Ishak Pasha? You're like, oh, Vlad is Dracula. Ishak Pasha has maybe one of the coolest assassin outfits for never being in a game. The only thing for that armor, like, that I don't... It's not like a major thing, but the thing that doesn't make me think it's like 100% great is just the mask part, but mainly only because of like cutscenes and stuff. Although I think there might be some cutscenes actually, now that I think about it, where even if you have that on, it gets taken off.
Something odd about that woman.
She might be trouble.
Alright. There's 2 chests left. Now maybe, as I'm doing another memory, I might come across it. So in that case, let's actually have a look at what we have. So we have this here. World War One, Winston Churchill. Alright. So I'm going to do more of the story for this content, and hopefully as I go through we might find those 2 chests I need. Oh no, Sage, no. No, Ishak Pasha himself isn't in Revelations. But yeah. Imagine if he was.
Come off there.
Keep an eye on that one.
Hello, what's she up to?
Power?
Oh, yes, it's on its way. Best keep an eye on her.
Better keep an eye on her.
Experiencing some signal interference. Hello, do you read me?
Maybe try different frequency.
I hope you like my new office, Miss Fry. As you can see, my informants have found some promising leads. Evidence of spy activity has surfaced around the field hospital, St. Catherine's Docks, and the Tower of London. I needn't remind you how crucial it is that we put a stop to these infiltrators.
What could they be?
Watch it, lady!
Need some help? minutes.
Don't the sun shine out of your ass?
This'll hurt. What's wrong, huh?
Hey.
Break a bone!
Oh, Daniel! Just try to stop it.
Don't go in your ass! This is your last bout! Enjoy!
Let's look together. Ah. Someone nearby must know more.
Could be trouble. This is not my day at all. As if the thing with the ale wasn't bad enough, I have to deal with this shit as well. When's classic massages?
I suspect something is
Something
not
just
right
isn't
here.
right here.
Hey! Someone get her!
What's she doing here?
I want her bleeding! Is that...
Attacking her one at a time! There is no way for you to...
looks like a mess. I should stay...
The search came this way.
I'm going...
Ah, you're boring me now.
There she is!
Yeah! Ah!
There we go. Zereth, Detroit become nuggets. Nothing is true, everything is Welcome back, Zereth. There we go, so that's that done. Optional objective done.
I once loathed the very sight of your kind, in the same way you recoil in the presence of an arachnid. Humans were created by we who came before, the Isu. We crafted you in our image, but deprived you of our true gifts. You were bred for hard labor, and in extreme cases, war. We built great observatories to monitor you, devices to control you. We blessed you with resilience, but cursed you with ambition. And so you rebelled against us. I suppose we are to blame for the state of your species. Is it any wonder so many of these simulations revolve around violence?
That's a message from Juno. Part of a race of beings called the Isu, who are not aliens. I see this a lot in YouTube comments and even people doing YouTube videos calling them aliens. They're not. They're not aliens. They're not from another planet. They've lived on Earth far longer than humans ever existed because they created humans. They're not aliens from another planet. Hey there, Lizzie. Welcome on in. That's one way to deal with all those enemies. I lost track of where the dynamite crate was after I threw it. So I'm glad that the one that, I think it was the same one. It could have been a different one. I'm glad that it was close enough to that equipment to blow it up as well as kill those targets. Okay, so I did that, but no luck in finding the 2 treasure chests I have left.
I'm not going up there.
That's not to say you both have bad names.
We're proud of our
But they're
names.
good English names.
Thank you.
But Helga wants the child to have a German name.
I see.
Well...
check it out. You got what you deserve, you bloody ingrate. Try that stunt again and you will...
Sage, damn, that was really cool to see and hear after your Isu rabbit hole yesterday, especially for this being the only AC title other than the Odyssey that you've never touched. Yeah. Yeah, and these are only accessible in the World War I sequence as well. Those little nuggets of information that Juno gives. Some of it is what has been covered in other stuff before this game, but there is some stuff that helps sort of like give people an idea of why the humans were created. You know, as Juno said, it was for labor, so essentially slaves, but also for war as well, which goes to show how expendable humans were to the Isu. Not all of them, obviously, because there are Isu who were sympathetic to humans, but there are Isu that just see humans as fodder that they can just use. So it would make sense that they would also use humans in war and just be like, let's create thousands of humans and just throw them into the conflict and have them fight, you know, while we just, you know, sit here and, you know, relaxing and kick back, you know. But then, as she said, humans rebelled, and so the thing that they, or one of the reasons they created us for, ended up being one of the things that ended up going against them, you know. Here's the thing to plant the information. So, okay, we were created to be trained monkeys, pretty much, from the Isu perspective, you know. And it's cool how they tied in stuff that had been introduced in Black Flag, like the observatories, for example. And how the observatories were designed so that the Isu could keep tabs on what the humans were doing, you know, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Hearing what they heard through their ears and seeing what they saw through their eyes. And also hearing what they said, you know. So definitely like a surveillance sort of thing. And in every human as well, they created this kind of like neural or like some kind of transmitter or receiver, actually. Sorry, not transmitter, a receiver. And it's that thing in the human brain that the apples of Eden actually connect to. So when Desmond is using the apple of Eden, say in Assassin's Creed 3, to have one of the Abstergo guards shoot and kill Warren Vidic, essentially the apple is communicating to that person's brain, the receptor inside of it, and taking control of them completely through that connection to then actually, you know, do what the person with the apple wants them to do. Hey there, Zomb. Thanks for redeeming the leap of fail. How's things? So, okay, the guy behind the bar just keeps standing there. He's seen it all. He's not fazed one bit. He's just like, just another day. Nothing different. Nothing he can't handle.
Do you mind?
You do me a good turn.
As our people clashed, we became distracted from an impending doom. A coronal mass ejection from our angry sun. The greatest minds of our time assembled to prevent the coming disaster. Among them, forthright Minerva, proud Jupiter, beloved Aita. We spent years locked away in the Grand Temple, attempting to find salvation. The others could only think of physical solutions. Yet I believed the only way to save us was to transform us. Inspired by the research of the great scientist Consus, I attempted to place Aita's mind into a stronger synthetic body. I failed, and my beloved died in my arms. The others shunned me.
Zom, you're fine. You're trying to get 3 pups to stay interested in eating their 2 different types of food. How's things with me? That definitely sounds like you got a lot to juggle there, Zom, especially with puppies as well. I can imagine they're not exactly going to be doing exactly what you need them to be doing. So it sounds like you got your hands full there, Zom. As for me, things are going really good. Been getting through this content. I got through Last Maharajah earlier, so we did that. And now doing this World War I sequence stuff. And then tomorrow, I'll be jumping into Jack the Ripper then. So yeah, it's going really good. Crooked, thank you so very much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. How was your stream, dude? I hope you had a great stream. Welcome in to everyone who raided with Crooked. Hope everyone's doing well. Hey there, Lucinda. Hello again. Oh, the liberation of World War I London is going pretty good, Crooked, except I have 2 chests left to find, and I couldn't find them, and I've scoured the whole place. So hopefully, when I do some more of these missions, I'll be able to find it, hopefully. But yeah, it's going really good. How's your stream, and how's things going? Sage time to Google Aita. That's him. Aita, Juno's beloved husband. So Crooked was doing a playthrough of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. He's doing it on the highest difficulty. He's also doing Geralt as an evil, greedy bastard as he goes through the story. He's finished the main game and he's done the Hearts of Stone DLC, and now he's doing the Blood and Wine one. And he's also got no HUD during the playthrough as well. So Crooked's a great streamer if you haven't checked out his channel before. Okay, Zom, let's get that leap of fail. See if I can find a good spot to do it. Where we're not going to land in water. It's such a shame because there's a lot of spots where it'd be cool to do a leap of fail from, but the game won't let us actually just jump off of something. But I know where to do one. Where I've done one before. But not actually doing it as a redeem. I did it just naturally trying to get this healers glitch that was here before. But here we go. Leap of fail time. Thank you, Zom, for redeeming that. Crooked, it went well, thanks. Been getting to the part of Blood and Wine where the vampires are attacking Beauclair and decided to switch things up and go for another path. Usually you try to save Sayana and trigger the Fairy Tale World quest, but this time it's been quite different. That's something that I completely forgot about, actually. like the fact that you could choose a different path. But that's cool. I'm glad that you've been enjoying playing through that DLC again as well. And it's also good to see different things, you know, and give things like a whole different feel as well. So, fun fact, you remember that Assassin Christmas joke made in the base game, Rod? Well, you found yourself applying that about this game when it came time to use the AA cannons for dogfights in this sequence. Oh, yeah, when you saw them as something that you could use, do you mean? Like being like, oh, you know, Assassin's Christmas. Sage, on your only playthrough ever, you did Death March and ironically got the worst ending ever where Geralt dies a greedy bastard even though you were nice to Ciri the whole game. Oh, really? Oh, it's funny some of the endings that games can give you based on certain things and not other certain things too. Crooked, now that was a proper leap of fail. Right next to a haystack. Absolutely, that's a good way to put it. And it was funny how Lydia's arm was like on the inside of the haystack. It's like, almost made it. That's a good emote to use in that instance, Lucinda. I mean, that emote is great to use in so many different contexts. Precisely, Zomb, excellent. On the same wavelength then. Because I had to think for a moment, and I was like, oh, okay, that's the ending you got, only that you truly were a greedy bastard until the end.
He's mad.
Like, the ending was just living up exactly to your playstyle. And you wouldn't believe it, Crooked, when I was doing the Last Maharajah DLC, the second last memory, when it ends on the train, and there's the cutscene where you have Evie and Henry and Jacob and Duleep Singh, it wouldn't go past that part. So I had to actually close the game down to end the stream, and then I started up another stream just to do the final memory, which took me about half an hour. I was like, of course that glitch would fucking happen. I thought maybe playing the PlayStation version this time, maybe it wouldn't happen on this console, but nope, it happens as well. Like, come on. And it's annoying because when it doesn't let you, like when it doesn't go beyond that, the game still treats it like a cutscene, of course, so you can't go into a menu to take you back to the main screen because the game thinks it's a cutscene still going, so it only gives you the option to either resume or change the subtitles on or off. Sage, you think if you had to give a top 3 moments for Witcher, it would be getting Erudite from the lake, taking on Dettlaff, then the entire fairy tale sequence with all the references and little fun boss fights. Yeah, I found that DLC, as well as Hearts of Stone, to be really, really good for that game. And I really, really thought that Gauntero Dim was such a great character as well. Like, I know he appears at different times in the main game, but I truly didn't really actually take notice of him fully until that DLC, you know. But yeah, I really like Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine. Crooked, damn, that's really annoying. That DLC was so riddled with bugs for you, and it wasn't even on console either. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. I couldn't imagine like what things on PC it could have actually gone wrong. Oh, not too sure, to be honest, Sage. I mean, one really powerful moment for me that, like, the moment when, spoiler alert, when Vesemir dies, just the reaction from Ciri. I even get chills just thinking about it now. But yeah, the what she unleashes when that happens, like, it's just such an epic kind of like moment. I really like the Battle of Kaer Morhen. I really enjoyed that as a whole. I think it's really well done. Plus, I'd also played Witcher 1, so it was cool to actually return to a location that had been in Witcher 1 and to actually see it in better graphics and, you know, all that. It was really, really cool. Not in this stream, Zom, no. I'll be doing all the collectibles in that, so it could take me one stream to do all that, or it might take me two across Thursday and Friday, but I'll just have to wait and see how it goes. Because story-wise, it's not that long of a DLC, if you just focus on the story and you rush through it. Because there's a lot of moments where you can just run around like a maniac, ironically. Well, not ironically, but in terms of puns, I guess. A Jack the Ripper DLC, but yeah. You could get through the DLC in one stream, definitely, if you just focused on the main story. But I'll also be doing the side activities and the side missions and getting all the collectibles in that too. Donut, it would be interesting to play in first-person mode, like Cyberpunk. Oh yeah, in Witcher 3. Yeah, that would be interesting. That'd be interesting for sure. I wonder, maybe on PC they've got a mod for that, but that would be really cool. Sage, when she starts like freaking out. Exactly, Sage. Yeah, that was a very powerful moment with Ciri in Witcher 3, like that. Hey there, Gizlek. Thank you so much for the raid as well. Thank you so much. How was your stream? Welcome to you and your raiders as well. Welcome on in, everyone. I'm doing this World War I sequence in Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Right now, I'm just resuming my search for 2 final chests that I need to find. And it's proving to be a very time-consuming thing. I did a couple of missions after spending like an hour and a half looking for collectibles, but didn't chance across any during those missions, unfortunately. I was hoping I might come across a couple. Well, that's all I have left. So Gizlek, you're playing some Gravity Rush 2. I hope you're enjoying it. Hope you're having a good time. That's right, Lucinda. Yeah, I changed it a little while ago. Like, not months and months ago, but I think it was either last month or the month before I decided to change it to that. Gizlek, Vertigo. Is Vertigo? You're grabbing some grub. Might be back before you head. That's totally understandable, Gizlek. I really hope that you enjoy your food. Thanks for the raid. And I'll still be going for a little bit longer yet. If I can find these 2 chests that I'm missing, that'll be really good, because then all I have left is just focusing on the story part, because I've already gotten all the Healy's glitches sorted. It's not going to appear on any of these barges that spawn and are moving, but I'm hoping to come across one on one of the boats that is just idle. Might just have to do this tactic like I did in the main game for some of the stuff in collecting. Zom, are chests specific to the region, or could they be anywhere? Well, the game divides them, like divides the location up into different things, but it doesn't have separate things for each, like, so yeah, it doesn't actually say there's 5 in this spot and, 5 in the other. It's kind of like there's 40 of them. Good luck finding them. So yeah, I've got 2 left out of 40. Lizzie, you're going to start making an effort to play through the Ezio trilogy since you kind of put it off. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's understandable when you have to do those things, where you have to sort of like just, leave it be for a bit. So which one would you jump into? Like, are you going to do, would you jump into Assassin's Creed 2? I mean, obviously that's the first in the trilogy, but, if you already know the story of what happens, then you could play them in pretty much any order. Oh, nice. So you're currently playing through AC2. Oh, that's excellent, Lizzie. What part of the game are you up to? I haven't actually used a guide this whole playthrough to get any of the collectibles, and I'm kind of hoping to keep that going to find these final 2 chests in this World War I sequence. That's right, DJ, yeah, the 15th of November. That won't take long to come around, really. I feel like once June is finished, the rest of the months just zoom by. Lizzie, from what you remember, it's after Ezio's parents get put in jail. Oh yeah, Lizzie. Yeah, that moment. Yeah, I really feel like if Giovanni hadn't have been arrested then, he would have at least been able to maybe tell Ezio about, the assassins, because he does say to Ezio that there was something he wanted to talk to him about later on, which was the time he saw his father before he ended up getting arrested by the guards. DJ, you like what they showed in the gameplay trailer on Monday? Oh, that's good. It was good to see something. I liked what I saw a lot of the stealth stuff. using the grapple to also hide from enemies inside buildings, you know, just throw it up in the air to the ceiling and then climb up it and then stay on the ceiling and wait until they either pass by or you do the assassination on them. Things like that. So wouldn't the wait for the new Deadpool movie make the majority of July a drag due to the anticipation for me? Not necessarily. Like, I am a fan of Wolverine as a character, and I do like Deadpool. I didn't see the second one, but I have a feeling that you don't necessarily have to see the second one to understand this quote-unquote third movie. I mean, technically it is the third Deadpool movie, but it's also got Wolverine obviously in it. And not just as like a small cameo appearance either. But the chances of me watching that movie is probably very slim, at least in the next 6 to 12 to 18, 24 months time. I don't know. Maybe eventually I will.
He's gonna get someone killed. You wait for all the blood to drain out. Please don't sack me, sir.
Alright, time to just scour street by street by street and hope we actually bring up on the minimap with Eagle Vision active the final 2 chests that I need. Lizzie, you swear killing them with the hidden blade seems too nice, but who am I to judge? Which game's that for, Lizzie? The for AC2? Zom, you don't know the chances of you seeing it either, but that's mainly because of how early pre-sales for tickets went live versus you being in a financial place where you'd have to wait to get tickets closer to the date. But yeah, you're not only looking forward to it, but can see it being the biggest new theatrical release of the year. I mean, it is such like an iconic pairing of characters as well. You got that, and then you got the anticipation that has obviously been built up for finally seeing Wolverine wearing the, the outfit that he wears, in the comics and stuff. And the fight between the two, and all that kind of stuff.
Far from the strangest thing I've seen around here.
Sage, speaking of the hidden blade, Ezio in Revelations is a fucking maestro with that blade. He well and truly is. A lot of great precision with the weapon there. Many years of using it.
Can't. I need more time.
Sage, you got your tickets opening night. You've been watching X-Men shit for the past year. It's insane how good some X-Men content is and how you slept on it. Oh yeah. That can definitely be a rabbit hole with stuff as well. When there's some things you haven't actually experienced yet. Adds a bit of freshness to it as well. Zom, far from the strangest thing I've seen around here. Some random NPC. You. Was I the strangest thing that NPC saw around there? Yeah, the NPC dialogue for certain things is just so funny in these games. Sage, and of course on 100% sync, don't get detected. You were quick to find out you can't double assassinate in Revelations. Double assassinate is definitely very handy.
Why is she not in any real trouble?
That game's for we.
Hello there, Cookie. Welcome on in. Hope it's going good. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can, Sage, do it like a double assassination. Maybe not at the start of the game, but... Ah, okay, so is it Tashia? Is that how you say it?
She looks like trouble.
Best keep an eye on her.
Sage, maybe it was just too early in the game. You could have kind of tell by your action you were maybe wrong. Yeah, I actually had to think for a moment, because I'm like, is it something that might not be able to do at the start? Because I think in Brotherhood at the start you can't do it.
That's not to say you both have bad names.
We're proud of our
But a good English name is take it. To have a German name. I'll come over there and beat you bloody.
Sage in Brotherhood, you have to wait for Leo to give you the second blade, and maybe you try to double before Yusuf gave you the hook blade. Because if you're correct, the hook blade can still assassinate. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. fucking finally, here's one of the two that I need. About time.
Someone's made it in here! What does he think she's doing here?
Oh, excellent. And the other one is right here. Finally. Alright. Here we go. Final chest in the whole game that I had to get. About damn fucking time. It's almost 1 AM here. I thought I was going to be here till 2 AM. Still looking. Alright, so we have 100% of the London stories done, 100% of all the collectibles. So I got all the regular chests in the whole game, all the locked ones, all the Helix glitches, without using a guide, all the viewpoints synced, all the beer bottles found, all the pressed flowers, all the illustrations, all the letters from the front in World War I, all the secrets of London, and all the royal correspondence. Okay, so these are related to World War I, so I'm definitely doing them, of course. So there we go. Now, do this one. 17 Walpole Lane. Sage, you fought a baby wolf last night that took you quite a bit on Nightmare to then realise you were fighting Fenrir. You still don't know if you want to Google how Loki's baby is a wolf. Yeah. Especially too in terms of like the AC series, because obviously it wasn't literally a wolf. So I wonder then what Fenrir actually looked like, really, you know. But yeah, that fight was tough, especially trying to do it before getting pretty, you know, powerful levels. I remember the first time I played through the game, it was a bit of a hard fight to get through because I wasn't even anywhere near its power level. But I got through it, but it was definitely an uphill battle.
Won't bite back now, will you?
Crying out loud, I told you to...
What's happening what we hold you barges about?
Not looking so
She's not allowed in here!
You want a piece of me? I'll break you in half!
I'll kill you for that!
You want to make move? Come take a look. Come back again by all means.
Mr. Epic, Fenrir kept glitching in ground when he did his underground attacks. He had to restart so many times. Oh no. That kind of stuff is just ridiculous. That didn't happen to me, but I remember there was this bear that had to be killed as part of, I think it was the legendary animals thing. And what happened was, the actual marker for the bear was underground, but the bear had glitched to be above ground, and if you killed the bear while above ground, the game wouldn't make the marker disappear, and so you'd go down to where it was and it wouldn't finish out. That happened to me. That was very annoying. Sage, it seems you left all the order to kill and Asgard left, so it seems like you have only the fun stuff left and went through all the grind of not so much fun stuff. Well, that's good though, that you got through the not so much fun stuff. Mr. Epic, the way Loki got his wolf son is really tragic in folklore. Oh, is it? Yeah, I haven't really looked into the proper mythology. I've only ever seen or read bits in different stuff that has used it, you know, like Tomb Raider, Underworld, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, the Hellblade games as well. Sage, Nightmare Mode made you make 70 hours to do just the base game, then you think you were done with the game. I mean, that's definitely a fair amount of hours, you know. It's your only playthrough, so it's completely blind as you've only done the base ending with Desmond, Rita, and Basim, and the Animus secret ending. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I played through the game doing the anomalies as Basim once. It was kind of cool that you could,
If I didn't know better.
but I was kind of hoping for some more commentary from him about the things that were happening around that time. Because if you do it as Layla, you hear the conversations between Loki and Alethea. Whereas if you do them as Basim, you don't get that. And you also don't get him saying things like, ah, yes, this memory, or something like that. Which I think was a shame. It would have been good if they got that. I mean, if Carlo Rota, who played Basim in Valhalla, was up to it, I'm sure that if they, brought it and wanted to do that still, they could probably do that and patch it into the game, but... Spy Hunt, the Apothecary Twins. Just want to double check something first. Oh yeah, so that's what we've got left. Is the Spy Hunt stuff. And World War I progression, Spy Hideout. Yeah, Spy Hunts, 2 left. The Apothecary Twins are targeting triage centers dealing with the overflow of wounded soldiers from nearby hospitals, using the chaos of the war as a cover for their bizarre experiments.
We believe one of the spies is posing as a nurse in the nearby facilities. She has been taking blood samples into odd-looking cubes and delivering them to an unknown accomplice. Perhaps you will be able to spot them during one of these illicit rendezvous. Good luck.
We should alert the police, no?
The blood in the vials, of course, is what is used in the observatory devices. So for those who don't know, what they would do is they would take the blood of someone and they'd put it inside this vial.
What do you reckon she's up to?
And then they'd put it into the observatory device. Now let's say it was your blood that was in this vial. If your blood was being used, they could literally see through your eyes to see what you were seeing. They could hear what you were hearing, and they would hear what you were saying and what others, of course, were saying as well. And so this mission here is talking about this nurse who is actually doing that same thing in terms of like collecting the blood for that kind of purpose. Mr. Epic, let's just say it wasn't voluntary on Loki's side. At least on the folklore story, didn't know in the AC story. Oh, that's fair enough, Mr. Epic, yeah. Oh, did you, Sage? Yeah. Well, if you ever do that again, or even if you want to watch a playthrough of it where someone does it, yeah, if you do them as Layla, there's dialogue, of course, between her and Sean and Rebecca, but there's also audio that you hear of Basim and Alethea talking to each other.
Tense moments. I'll leave while the opportunity strikes.
Smells like a drowned sewer rat. Much good.
Whatever is she doing?
Darling, stay.
And there we go. That's that one done. Sage, you don't do one single Animus one of 9 things with Layla. You know what made you revisit Valhalla before you even knew you somehow saved all the fun stuff? You never knew there were randomly scattered Isu characters as Valhalla NPCs throughout the game. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's interesting when you see things like that. Like you know where what's his name? Holy shit, I'm forgetting the character's name. Halfdan. Yeah, it's funny when you first see Halfdan how he throws his hammer and then he asks for someone to actually throw it back to him. You know, things like that. Listen, are you still here, by the way? You're just doing some leveling in Dying Light. Oh, good. That's a good way to go about it. I hope that's going well with the leveling up. Sage Aita. Good guess. Good guess. But yeah, it was Halfdan. He's Thor reincarnated. Mr. Epic, the only thing that kept you going in Valhalla was the gameplay. It was so much fun with the 2 spears, especially the Gungnir and Gale Bolg spears. The story was so bland and boring. Well, that is definitely something I haven't used, I don't think, like dual wielding spears in Valhalla. And that's fair to feel that about the story. I feel that not all of the story arcs should have been mandatory. There should have been some that were optional.
All of our efforts came to nothing. In the year 2306 of the Isu era, the sun unleashed its fury on my once great civilization. I perfected the work of Consus and made it my own. I salvaged Aita's brilliant essence and inserted it into the DNA of your rebellious kind. I sent him into the unknown future to be reborn, again and again. I returned to the Grand Temple. I shed my physical form and entered the Grey. But stubborn Minerva and foolish Jupiter discovered me and sealed me inside. Entombed, I waited for the day when your technology might allow my return. That wait is nearly over.
When Juno talks about sending Aita into the future, she doesn't mean in a time machine and putting him forward into the future. She just means that the process that she did means that as time goes forward, he'll be reborn again and again and again until such time in the future technology is advanced again enough to be able to actually allow him to inhabit like a new synthetic body, and same for her as well, so they can be reunited. Sage, why does your Excalibur do almost no damage? Can someone tell you why the fuck your name is Harvey when you go to Asgard? I thought I was Odin. I think that is also another name that Odin went by, but I don't know though. Zom, are you saying that about the sage encountered in this sequence? Because you thought Aita was the only sage established in the timeline at this time. He was at this time, Zom, yeah. In Syndicate, it wasn't a thing until Valhalla that there were other sages with a different process that was done to make them happen. Where with Aita, it's multiple times he can be reborn, whereas with the other sages using the other method, it was only a one-time thing. So once they were reborn, that was it. No second or third or 500th chance. Mr. Epic, you like Mirage though, especially the ending. Can't say that about Valhalla. The game's ending was forgettable. That's fair too, as well. Listen, the leveling is going well. There are a few cheese you can do to get XP that don't involve cheating. There is a part of the story pretty early on that's really hard on Nightmare mode, and you want to have as many skills and perks available for that part. That's definitely a good idea. Absolutely. Save any sort of like headache later, and having to do it as you're trying to do that part. You know, it's definitely good to think ahead like that and get those things sorted. Mr. Epic, so does Odin get reborn a few times or just one time? Just one time. Yeah, all the Isu who lived in that part of the world, where Norway and that is, they only got one chance at being reborn, whereas Aita gets multiple. Spy Hunt, the Magpie. The Magpie was a talented thief before the war and now works as a spy. He was recently captured after eavesdropping on an assassin meeting and is being held in the Tower of London.
Miss Fry, I believe I'm quite getting the hang of this espionage business. This one should be of particular interest to you. One of the spies currently detained at the tower has been making some rather fanciful claims about a brotherhood of assassins, no less. You may want to silence him before he causes you and your associates undue trouble. Consider it my gift to you.
I hope you're punished.
I won't see you.
The optional objective in this one can be sometimes annoying, to have the guards kill the spy. Sage, so who has Aita took the form of, who you'd recognize? In Valhalla, I don't think he's in there at all. In Black Flag, when they first introduced the concept, they made it that the way that he looked in Edward's time period is the same that he looked in all the other times, and also the same that he looks in present day. But as the games went on and they did more sages, basically they changed certain features. So, for example, in Assassin's Creed Unity, Germain doesn't have, like, you know, the same face that the sage does in Black Flag. Whereas in Black Flag, both sages that you see in both time periods have the exact same face. Like, there's nothing different about their face at all. Mr. Epic, where did you get that information? Can't remember seeing that in the game. Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know if it's something that you see in like a document somewhere, or maybe there's some dialogue in one of the parts or something like that where it is. So on that bit about the one-time rebirth for the Asgardian sage, is still confused as you, seeing as Loki has his distinctive look in Asgard, and then there's not only Basin but also Nihal. Yeah, but Zom, Nihal is a hallucination. Nihal isn't another version of Loki or anything like that. When they decided to do that game, like in Valhalla, if you listen carefully, you can hear that, especially if you're playing as male Eivor, you can hear that it's the same actor playing Odin as male Eivor. But even if you look at the face of him and stuff like that, you know, that's how they chose to hide it. Well, or to try to hide it. But with Nahal, she's a complete fabrication. So there was no Nihal in Loki's time or anything like that. She's purely just a figment of his imagination. And is a representation of the Loki memories and that. She's always telling Basim to stop following others and, you know, take things into his own thing, you know, and why should he, you know, join the assassins, you know, all that kind of stuff, which is something that Loki would be like. You know, Loki is definitely not one to like people telling him what to do, you know, kind of stuff. But yeah, Nihal didn't exist ever, at all. Only existed to Basim's mind. So I'm gonna get that, but what's the in-story reason for the character model for Nihal having been made if Basim was the only rebirth Loki got? Not too sure, Zom, but the thing about the way that Nihal looks is the only thing I can say is she wears green. If you notice what color scheme she has, she wears green, and you know, I think most people associate the color green with Loki. So that's like an element of her character that suggests or actually shows that she's she represents Loki. But yeah, it's one of those things. There's probably some technical term for it in storytelling, but sometimes what we see in things isn't supposed to literally be taken literally. So, you know, like, that's how they chose to make a representation of Loki look to Basim, I guess. There we go. Optional objective done. Oh, I thought of something like, you know the movie Fight Club? How Edward Norton doesn't look like Brad Pitt and Brad Pitt doesn't look like Edward Norton. It's kind of like that, you know. If they had Edward Norton and Tyler Durden look the same, that would ruin the twist in a way. Or it would make people think that they were twins or something. So the reason they made Nahal not look anything like Basim, even though Loki looks like Basim, is to help hide that that twist for people who didn't know, you know, who were playing Mirage for the first time. Gizlex, so anyway, Sly Raccoon 1 landed on the PlayStation Store yesterday. Well, that's good for fans of Sly Raccoon. I've never actually played any of those games before. I noticed too that Tomb Raider Legend is on the PlayStation Store as well, but apparently it's not very good quality.
We need not be enemies. I intend to build, to transform your age into something greater than you can currently comprehend.
Dropping bombs on your family! That's right, your flesh and blood! Are you just going to let them do it?
Gizlek, yeah, feedback hasn't been too good on Tomb Raider Legend. Yeah, I'm just going to stick with the PC version. For the longest time I was playing the Xbox 360 version, but when everything happened with the Xbox and streaming from it and the audio issues, I eventually decided to just get the PC versions. Make it much easier. Plus they can actually run on my potato. That's true, Lizzie, yeah. Yeah, he's in this, and it's interesting too because, you know, he was still alive when World War II actually happened. So I'm explaining that the reason for the Fight Club version is wish fulfillment, based on what one version wished his life was like, if you remember correctly. Yeah. I guess what I'm driving at is that Nahal doesn't look like Basim, even though she's supposed to be a representation of Loki, because they wanted people who didn't know that yet, who hadn't played Valhalla, who were playing Mirage, to not get that, you know, that twist too early. If they made him look like the same,
Best in the old city.
it'd be like, why is there two Basims?
The very best of London. By now.
The Master Spy, last known location above a carpenter's shop.
Best in the old city.
Miss Fry has uncovered the location of the sinister cult of spies plaguing our streets. You know your orders, lads. Follow her lead, and let us rid London of this menace.
Everything you need to
This fight won't last long.
Okay, so the World War I sequence is nearly finished, and then that'll be a stream. And then tomorrow I'll start Jack the Ripper DLC. And depending on how long it takes, I could even probably do that in one stream, which would mean Friday would be Chronicles China. But we'll see how we go. But I'm pretty sure I can do it in one stream, even doing all the collectibles and everything as well. Mr. Epic, so sad Nahal wasn't really liked her, and it was kind of sad when Basim said, we'll never see each other again, will we? Yeah, I mean, it was such an intriguing sort of character, you know, and acted as sort of like a a kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not a sounding board, but, you know, someone you can bounce ideas off of. You know, it's kind of like that kind of thing.
Have you noticed? He has a crazy glint in his eyes, like he's seen the face of God.
We've laid the groundwork. Now it's up to them. They'll find the body sooner or later.
Our people in Westminster have sent word. We should stay alert. These documents could well win us the war. These documents could well win us the war.
Who are the other group? Where do they get their orders from?
Tide is turning in our favor. Tide is turning in our favor.
They're terrified of a few bombs, but soon we'll have hundreds of Zeppelins over London. He never suspected a thing. Not until the blade was in his heart.
I don't know why they keep secrets from us.
The explosion went just as planned.
They're terrified of a few bombs, but soon we'll have hundreds of Zeppelins over London.
These documents could well win us the war.
They'll find the body sooner or later.
The tide is turning in our favor.
Don't lose those papers, or it will be your head.
These documents could well win us the war.
We've laid the groundwork. Now it's up to them. The explosion went just as planned.
Tide is turning in our favor.
I don't know why they keep secrets from us. Have you noticed? He has a crazy glint in his eyes, like he's seen the face of God.
Our people in Westminster have sent word. We should stay alert.
I've thought about it a good long time, and I've decided we're all going to hell!
That looks like something I should stay clear of.
And wasting up!
He's in my sights.
Requiescat in pace.
Huh? My beloved calls to me. You will not keep me from her.
I won't mourn for you. Alert! The leader of the Rooks is in the vicinity!
Oh, fucking hell. I wanted to see if there's any dialogue from him. Well, at least we got a good look at his face. So he has the mustache similar to what the Sage does in Black Flag.
Calls to me. You will not keep.
That Fry woman is here!
You won't keep me from my beloved. My beloved calls to me. You will not keep me from her.
I'll eat your eyes! You wanna die? I'll guard my post. I don't care what anyone else does.
There won't be any trouble.
Get away from here.
Trail for our enemies to follow. They must never find out about my beloved. Burn it! Burn it all! Leave no traces of her divine presence.
You have no business in this area.
All of it must be destroyed.
The time woman is here!
Excellent work. The ringleader is dead, as are his bizarre disciples.
Is that it then?
Well, there is still a war on.
Then we both have our own affairs to attend to.
Know that you have done a great service to your country. Thank you.
Sage, can someone explain why Valhalla is the only game time period where Isu are actually human reincarnations in the game itself? Probably just for story reasons, I guess, is the only answer, really. Zombie, I think the term you're looking for is thinking out loud. Yeah, it was more like, you know, when you have someone who's a friend and you tell your ideas to them to see what they think, and they give you feedback and say if it's a good thing or not. You know, that kind of thing was more of what I was getting at. Sage, well done with the stealth rod. Sorry, Jinx said, oh, that's all good, Sage. Yeah, it was one of those situations where, as you saw, even when you do attack him, he'll just throw like a stun bomb and then run off, because you have to chase him. Can the hidden passage really be considered hidden when the hole sticks out to the extent that it can be seen behind the thing that's supposed to hide it? Yeah, I guess it depends on the individual observing whether they actually notice that little detail or not. Lizzie, his beloved? Yeah, as Zom said, it's Aita talking about Juno. Yeah, he refers to Juno as his beloved.
The man Lydia Fry killed was my husband, Aita, reborn. Known in your time as a sage. Thank you for discovering his fate. His pattern will be added to my own. Perhaps you believe, as other assassins before you, that it is your duty to work against me. But consider this. It was an assassin who freed me from my prison. I am no longer she who lies in wait. I am the mother of wisdom. I am the nexus of flesh and machine. I am Juno. And if the greatest assassin of your generation can see things my way, then perhaps you can too.
To nest. Eagle to nest.
Do nothing?
No, not getting through.
Keep trying.
No, that's ridiculous.
Not that you had any manipulation going on with Desmond or anything, Juno, did you? Okay, so as far as my marathon of games, the next time we'll see Juno is in the Fate of Atlantis DLC for Odyssey. But that event takes place before we see her in present day. Mr. Epic, sometimes you wish the Isu were more like the ancients from Stargate. They were more interesting. That instead of them dying, they evolved to a sort of energy into a higher plane of existence. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, taking mythological, I guess, figures and turning them into something different, you know, like for different purposes, like with sci-fi and stuff. So I'm actually, Juno, you are killed off screen. That's it. In a comic book, that's the thing. That's when she gets killed off. But I find it ironic that she gets killed by not only the son of Desmond, but also by her husband reborn as Desmond's son. Is Lydia's Jacob's daughter, or did Evie have kids? Well, Jacob had... I think he had a daughter, and then that daughter had Lydia. So yeah, Jacob is Lydia's grandfather. Okay, so that is the main game content to 100%. Including the DLC stuff related to the Last Maharajah, Duleep Singh, and the Dreadful Crimes as well. So there we go. However, the playthrough is not finished because the one final thing I'll be doing for it is Jack the Ripper DLC, which doesn't come up in any of these parts of the main game, but it'll have its own associated activities and all that kind of stuff. So there we go, we got 100% for the story, meaning we got all the optional objectives done as well. Same with all the Templar hunts, child liberation, bounty hunts, gang strongholds, gang wars. And we got the spy hunt, spy hideout, and master spy hunt done. London stories, the dreadful Charles Dickens, dreadful crimes, train hideout, Charles Darwin, Duleep Singh, Queen Victoria, World War I, and Karl Marx. And we got all the chests, all the locked ones, all the helix glitches, all the viewpoints synchronized, all the letters from the front, all the illustrations, pressed flowers, beard bottles, secrets of London, and royal correspondence. So there we go. So the next stream that you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed Syndicate's Jack the Ripper DLC, and I'll be getting all the collectibles in that and doing all the optional objectives and everything as well. So that'll be the next stream. This is where I'm going to call it. Sages Valhalla, the only game where Isu are throughout the map, because the secret ending where the Asgard characters reincarnate themselves as the temple crumbles. Not too sure, to be honest. At least off the top of my head, at 1:26 AM in the morning. Thank you for the GGs, Lucinda. Thank you so much. Sage, but then again, Odin and them aren't Isu. Jesus, you're confused. Oh, they are. Yeah, Odin and Thor and all of them. They're all Isu. Mr. Epic, why did her husband kill her? Wasn't he waiting for her for hundreds of years through multiple bodies? I'm not too sure, Mr. Epic, on the details beyond the basics. But yeah, in the comic book, they probably explain why that happened like that as well. As on that somehow makes it more idiotic, seeing as Desmond died before having a family, nonetheless one involving a sage. Yeah, in the comic they say that Desmond had a one-night stand with someone during his time as a bartender, and didn't know that he had a child, and it's that child that gets reborn as Aita. Lizzie, oh, I forgot how far back Jacob and Evie were. Oh, that's okay, Lizzie. Yeah, so in 1868 they were 20 years old. In 1888 they're 40. And so, you know, they're definitely well into their, like, probably 70s by the time of World War One. I think. Oh, thank you, Zom. I definitely will. I hope you do too. Just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. The next stream of this you'll see from me will be when it's Thursday, and it'll be the Jack the Ripper DLC. We're going to go and raid out to... let's give Grail Draven a raid. I haven't raided him for a little bit. He's playing through Warhammer 40,000. And I'll just see the rest of the game's title. Warhammer 40,000 Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. So that's where we'll go. Before that, though, I just want to give some shout-outs. Would like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers: Crocodiles, who's doing a playthrough of The Witcher 3 The Wild Hunt on the highest difficulty without the HUD. He's doing the Blood and Wine DLC. Lucinda is playing through Bioshock Infinite, the Burial at Sea DLC for that. Is also doing a playthrough of Dying Light 1. Gizlek is playing Gravity Rush 2. He's also a fan of the Yakuza series, as well as the games Rise of Ronin, which he recently finished and did a playthrough of, and the Dragon's Dogma games. Mr. Gote plays games like Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden, as well as Outlast and the Dark Pictures series of horror games. Shillalok is playing through Assassin's Creed for his annual marathon. He finished Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered recently. Hermione is playing through the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3. He's currently up to Tomb Raider 3. AC has been playing some Fallout 3. Shaky Johnson has been doing WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain. Grace has been doing Republic of Pirates. And Lidus has been playing the classic Mortal Kombat 2. Highly recommend checking out all these streamers if you haven't before. Mr. Epic, that makes no sense. He literally committed suicide in Black Flag to get to her. Yeah, I wonder, actually thinking about it, what if they even address that in the comics as to why, even though he's inhabiting another body, he decided to kill her instead. Thank you for the GGs and the well played as well, Mr. Epic. That's okay for the shout out, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. Absolutely, Gizlek. Splinter Cell. I'll be doing a stealth challenge with it as well. I've never done any challenge playthroughs with Splinter Cell series, so I'm definitely looking forward to that aspect as well. That's why I'm starting it a bit earlier this year, to give myself a bit of breathing room in case it takes me a lot of streams to get through the first game at least, as well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that. And that's no worries at all for the shout out either, Gizlek. No trouble at all. He's like, oh man, it's time. Absolutely. Oh yeah. Lizzie, he finally moves on. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. He's like, I'm sick of this, Juno. Been waiting centuries, and for what? Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. I'll put one in for my subscribers as well. There we go. And let's kick off the raid to Grail Draven. There we go. So the next stream you'll see from me will be the Jack the Ripper DLC. After I finish Syndicate, it'll be Assassin's Creed Chronicles China to replace it. On the weekend, I'll be starting my annual Splinter Cell series run. Thanks again everyone for watching. I hope that everyone has a good day or night, whichever the case may be, and catch you in another one.